तो अभी हम शुरू करेंगे आज
I'm back. যে যাতেই চেষ্টা করুন।
तो हम लोग शुरू करेंगे आज शुरू करते हैं। प्रिंसिपल ऑफ न्यूटन्स का जितना बाकी था वो हम लास्ट में करेंगे या फिर अभी करते हैं, चलिए। और फिर हम लोग हाँ এভাবে বলছো अभी हम लोग शुरू करेंगे प्रिंसिपल ऑफ इनहेरिटेंस। ठीक है, चलिए शुरू करते हैं। यहाँ पर हमारा 2 चैप्टर कंप्लीट हो गया है, एक सेक्सुअल रिप्रोडक्शन और दूसरा प्लांट किंगडम। और ठीक है, शुरू करते हैं। प्रिंसिपल ऑफ इनहेरिटेंस। Genetic disorder. Pedigree analysis. Let's understand pedigree analysis. Pedigree analysis is a genetic tool used to study the inheritance pattern of traits or disease in families. It involves drawing a family tree called a pedigree chart and analyzing how a particular trait is passed through generations. It is especially useful for tracking genetic disorder. Pedigree analysis is a genetical tool that is used to study the inheritance of traits of disease in families. It involves drawing of a family tree. Pedigree analysis is a genetical tool that is used to study the inheritance pattern of traits of disease in families. That is used to study the traits or disease in families. It involves drawing of a family tree. It involves drawing of a family tree. Male square. Okay, male square. Female circle. Sex unspecified. Affected individuals. Meeting. Meeting between relatives. Meeting between relatives. Parents above and children below. Parents above and children below. Parents with male child affected with disease. 'Parents with male child affected with disease'. 5 unaffected offspring. 5 unaffected offspring. So this is the pedigree analysis. Again for practice. Okay. Autosomal dominant trait usually appears in both sexes with equal frequency. Do not skip generation. Example Huntington's disease. Both sexes transmitted the trait of their offspring. Both sexes transmit the trait of their offspring. Do not skip generation. Huntington's disease. Both sexes transmit the trait of their offspring. Affected offspring must have an affected parents unless they possess a new mutation. When one parent is affected and another parent is unaffected, approximately half of the offspring is affected. Okay, so it's break time. So, in generation, autosomal means the gene is located on non-sex chromosome, chromosome 1 to 22. Dominant means only one copy of the faulty gene is enough to show the trait of the disorder. Appears in every generation. No skipping of generation. If a person has the gene, they usually show the trait. Equal in males and equal in females because it is on an autosome, not a sex chromosome. Affected parent equals to affected child. At least one parent is affected if the child is affected. 50% the chance of passing the trait. If one parent is affected, each child has a 50% chance of inheriting it. Examples of autosomal disease: Huntington's disease, Marfan disease, polydactyly, extra fingers or toes. Pedigree pattern: trait appears in every generation, both males and females affected. Affected one affected parent. What does autosomal what does autosomal dominant mean in terms of gene expression? Only one copy of the mutant gene is enough to express the trait. Only one copy of mutant gene is enough to express the trait. Does autosomal dominant trait skip generation? No, it usually appears in every generation. Can an autosomal dominant trait be passed from an affected parent to child? Yes, if a parent is affected, there is a 50% chance for each child to inherit it. Are both males and females affected equally in autosomal? Yes, because there is the gene is autosomes, not on sex chromosome. Affected child is born to two unaffected parents. Can this be autosomal? No, the likely autosomal recessive dominant traits must have an affected parent. Give two examples of autosomal dominant trait disorders are Huntington's disease and Marfan disease. Next is autosomal recessive trait. Autosomal recessive trait is that the gene is on the non-sex chromosome 1 to 22 and recessive. A person needs two copies of the faulty gene, one from each parent, to show the trait or disorder. Autosomal recessive, the gene is on non-sex chromosome 1 to 2 and 22. Recessive, a person needs two copies of the faulty gene, one from each parent, to show the trait or disorder. আগে বছরটা খুব মজাই হয়েছে। ও না, তো হয়নি। বাংলাদেশ করছিল। Okay, so recessive, a person needs two copies of the faulty gene to show the trait or disorder. Trait can skip generation. Parents can be carriers, have one faulty gene but are normal. Their child can be affected if both pass the faulty gene. Both males and females are equally affected because it on autosomes, not on sex chromosome. Parents are usually not affected, but they're carriers. Chances of inheritance: if both parents are carrier, 25% of the child is affected, 50% chance is child is a carrier, and 25% chance is that child is normal. Example: autosomal disease, cystic fibrosis, sickle cell anemia, phenylketonuria, and Tay-Sachs disease. X-linked dominant trait. The gene causing the trait is located on the X chromosome. Dominant means that just one copy of the mutant gene is enough to show the trait in both males and females. Dominant means just enough to show the trait in both males and females. Affect both males and females, but females are more commonly affected because they have two chromosomes. Males can be more severely affected. Females are more commonly affected, but males can be more severely affected. They have only one X chromosome. Affected males pass the trait to all the daughters, but never to sons. Sons get Y from the father, not X. Affected females heterozygous can pass the trait to 50% of their children regardless of sex. No skipping of generation behaves like a dominant trait. Trait appears in every generation. All daughters of an affected male are affected, and no sons of an affected male are affected. Example: Fragile X syndrome, Rett syndrome, hyperphosphamic rickets. Hyperphosphatemia familial vitamin D resistant rickets. So, affected both males and females, but females are more commonly affected. They have two X chromosomes. Affected males pass the trait to males can be more severely affected because they are more uh, they have only one X chromosome. Affected males pass the trait to all the daughters but never to sons. Affected males pass the trait to all the daughters but never to their sons. Son gets Y from the father, not X. Affected females heterozygous can pass the trait to 50% of their children regardless of sex. No skipping of generation behaves like a dominant trait. What does X-linked dominant mean? A trait caused by a gene on the X chromosome where one copy of the faulty gene is enough to express the trait. A trait caused by a gene on the X chromosome where one copy of the faulty gene is enough to express the trait. Can both males and females be affected by X-linked dominant trait? Yes, but females are more frequently affected and males are usually more severely affected. If a father has an X-linked dominant disorder, which of the children can inherit it? It will be the female daughter will inherit it, no sons will be inherited. If a mother has X-linked, then there is a dominant trait. What is the chance of passing it to her children? 50% chance to pass it to each child regardless of sex. Does X-linked dominant trait skip generations? No, it appears in every generation like other dominant trait. Give two example of extrade disorder: Fragile X syndrome, Rett syndrome. The gene causing the trait is on the X chromosome. Recessive means the trait only appears where there is no normal copy of the gene to mask it. More common more common in males. Males only oh it's break time. Males only have one X chromosome, so one faulty gene is enough to cause the disorder. Females have two X chromosomes, so they need two faulty gene copies to be affected. Carrier females usually don't show the disorder but can pass it to their sons. Affected males cannot pass the trait to sons, but all daughters become carriers. Can skip generation through carrier females. More affected, more males affected than females. Carrier mother affected son. No male to male transmission. Example of X-linked recessive disorder: hemophilia, duodenal muscular dystrophy, color blindness. So it's break time. Let's take rest. A trait caused by recessive gene on the X chromosome, usually expressed in males. Now, Y linked trait. Last. Y linked trait. Yes, quiz. X-linked recessive, think son suffers, daughter carry. X-linked recessive, think son suffer, daughter carry. X-linked dominant, daughters always get it from dad. Autosomal recessive, traits may hide for a generation. Trait is loud, shows up in every generation. Autosomal dominant trait features: sex ratio affected, male equals to female, male equals to female, often skip generations. X-linked dominant, females affected, males mildly. X-linked recessive, females more affected, females less. Father, yes, yes. X-linked dominant, father to son transmission, no, no. Father to all daughters, no, no. Yes, all daughters affected. Yes, all daughters become carriers. X-linked recessive. Carriers, no. Yes, no trait shows even one allele. Yes. Disease, cystic disease, sickle cell anemia, Fragile X is X-linked dominant, Rett syndrome, hemophilia, is X-linked recessive. So I need to revise the whole flashcards. Okay. Let's revise it before moving into the next chapter. What does autosomal dominant mean in terms of gene expression? Only one copy of the mutant gene is enough to express the trait. Does autosomal dominant trait skip generations? No, it usually appears in every generation. Can an autosomal dominant trait be passed from an unaffected parent to child? Yes. If a parent is affected heterozygous, there is a 50% of chance the child will inherit to it. Are both males and females affected equally in autosomal dominant inheritance? Yes, because the gene is on autosomes, not sex chromosome. Affected child is born of two unaffected parents. Can be this autosomal dominant? No, that's likely autosomal recessive. Affected child is born to an unaffected parents? No. If, for example, autosomal dominant Huntington disease, Marfan disease. What does autosomal recessive mean? A person must have two copies of faulty gene, one from each parent, to show the trait of disorder. Can autosomal recessive traits skip generation? Yes, carriers, unaffected parents can pass the gene silently, so it may skip generation. Who are the carriers in autosomal recessive inheritance? People with normal one normal and one faulty gene, they are not affected but can pass the gene to their children. Are both affected parents equally autosomal recessive traits? Yes, because autosomal means it's not linked to sex chromosome. What is the chances that two carrier parents will have affected child? 25% child will be affected, 50% child will be carrier, and 25% child will be normal. Given two examples of the autosomal recessive disorder, thalassemia and sickle cell anemia. X-linked dominant, a trait caused by gene on the X chromosome where one copy of the faulty gene is enough to express the trait. Can both males and females be affected by X-linked dominant trait? Yes, but females are more frequently affected and males are more usually severely affected in X-linked dominant trait. If a father has a X-linked dominant disorder, which of his children, female or daughters, will be affected? No sons will inherit it. If a mother has X-linked dominant trait, 50% chance to pass it to each child regardless of sex. Does X-linked dominant inheritance keep generation? No, it appears in every generation. Fragile X syndrome, Rett syndrome. A trait caused by recessive gene in the X chromosome usually expressed in males. Which are the more affected X-linked traits, males or females? Males, because they have only one X chromosome. Which of the what is a female carrier in X-link? A female with one faulty X gene and one normal X gene. She usually does not show symptom but can pass the trait. Can a father pass an X-linked recessive trait to son? No, because of a father gives his Y chromosome to sons. If a carrier is mother and normal father, উত্তেজিত করে দেয় না হারামিরা। হ্যাঁ, can X-linked recessive traits keep generation? Yes, through carrier females. Can X-linked recessive keep generation? Yes, through females. Give two examples of X-linked recessive disorder: hemophilia, Duchenne muscle syndrome. Okay, I'm going for system. Okay. Okay, guys, let's study. Ah, so this is the ultimate chart. No careers. Yes, career female. No trade show remaining one handle. Yes. Now let's study about why linked only males are affected. Do not skip generations. Passed from sickle cell anemia lives in the gene HBB. You need two copies to study the gene. A is normal, A is carrier, can fight malaria. Okay. Does not skip generation. Passed from all fathers to sons since only male normally have a Y chromosome. And example, male infertility. Genetic disorders grouped into two categories: Mendelian disorder and chromosomal disorder. Mendelian disorder, sex-linked recessive disease. In this disease, a single protein that is passed of cascade protein involved in clotting of blood is affected in hemophilia. Due to this, an infected individual is in a simple cut will result in normal in non-stop bleeding. The heterozygous female carrier for hemophilia may transmit the disease to son. Hey, move. Hereditary autosomal linked recessive trait. The defect is caused by the substitution of glutamic acid by vinyl disease in the sixth of the beta globulin chain. The RBC becomes elongated sickle-like structure which inhibits the oxygen carrying capacity of mutant hemoglobin. The disease is controlled by a pair of allele HBA and HBS. HBA and HBS. Heterozygous carrier sickle cell trait. Homozygous recessive trait affected. Phenylketonuria, the inborn affected metabolism is also inherited. The autosomal recessive trait. There is affected individual lacks an enzyme that converts the amino acid phenylamine into tyrosine. As a result, the phenylamine is accumulated and converted into phenylpyruvic acid, and this also is to urine, and because of its poor absorption by kidney. Chromosomal disorder caused due to the absence or excess or abnormal arrangement of one or more chromosomes. Failure of segregation of chromatids, non-disjunction of chromosome during cell division cycle results in gain or loss of chromosome called aneuploidy. Failure of cytokinesis after telophase stage of cell division result in an increase in a whole set of chromosome in an organism, and this phenomenon is called as ploiboidy. Main causes of non-disjunction. Chromosomes or chromatids don't separate properly during cell division, meiosis. This leads to aneuploidy, having too many or too few chromosomes. Ploiboidy, having extra full sets of chromosomes, rare in humans. Non-disjunction example: the failure of homologous chromosome to separate properly during meiosis. Failure of segregation of chromatids, non-disjunction of chromosome during cell division, cell cycle results in the gain or loss of chromosome called aneuploidy. Failure of cytokinesis after telophase stage of cell division result in an increase in whole set of chromosome in an organism, and this phenomenon is known as ploipoidy. Non-disjunction, the failure of homologous chromosome to separate properly during meiosis. Trisomy, an additional copy of a chromosome, may be included in an individual 2n plus 1. Monosomy, an individual may lack one of pair of chromosome 2n minus 1. Any individual may lack one of any one pair of chromosome. Down syndrome, caused due to presence of an additional copy of the chromosome number 21. Caused due to presence of an additional copy of the chromosome number 21, trisomy of 21. This order was described by Langdon Down, 1866. Short stature with small round head, furrow tongue, partially open mouth, palm is broad with characteristic palm crease, physical, psychomotor and mental development is retarded. Caused due to presence of an additional copy. Monosomy, an additional copy of chromosome may be included in an individual. Individual may lack one any pair of chromosome. Monosomy, an individual trisomy may include one more chromosomal plus one. This order was first described by Langdon Down. Short stature with small round head, furrow tongue, partially open mouth, palm is broad with characteristic palm crease, physical, psychomotor and mental development is retarded. Robustonian translocation, the extra chromosome 21 material may also occur due to a Robustonian translocation in 2 to 4% cases. In this situation, the long arm of chromosome 21 is attached to another chromosome, often chromosome 14. Klinefelter syndrome, caused due to presence of an additional copy of X chromosome, result into a karyotype of 47. Overall masculine development, also develop feminine character. Development of breast, gynecomastia include individuals are sterile, mentally retarded. Turner syndrome, caused due to absence of one of the X chromosomes, 45 44 plus XO. Such females are sterile as ovaries are rudimentary, lack of other secondary sexual characteristics, dwarf, mentally retarded. So Klinefelter syndrome, caused due to presence of an additional copy of X chromosome, resulting into a karyotype of 47. Overall masculine development, also develop feminine character. Development of breast, gynecomastia, individuals sterile, mentally retarded. Turner syndrome, female, due to absence of X chromosome. Klinefelter due to presence of one more additional copy of X chromosome. That's it, the complete chapter. So, failure of cytokines after telophase 1 is ploipoidy. Failure of segregation of chromatids, non-disjunction of chromosome during cell division, cell result, the gain or loss of chromosomes called aneuploidy. Caused due to absence of excess or abnormal alignment of one or more chromosome. Trisomy, additional copy of a chromosome may be included in an individual 2n plus 1. Monosomy, an individual may lack one of any pair of chromosome 2n minus 1. Parents, affected male individual, affected female individual. 50% chance. Okay, so 15 minutes of break. So you can do questions of inheritance. Now we will do okay. Let's complete biological. Okay, let's complete first. Uh, Biological classification. It's break time. Okay, so let's start Biological classification. Since the dawn of civilization, okay, let's start fresh. Since the dawn of civilization, there have been many attempts to classify the living organism. There have been many attempts to classify the living organism. It was done instinctively, not using criteria that were scientific, but born out of need. But born out of need to use organism for our own use, for food, shelter, and clothing. Aristotle was the earliest to attempt a more scientific basis for classification. He used simple morphological characters to classify plants into trees, shrubs, and herbs. He also divided animals into two groups, those which had red blood and those that did not. In Linnaeus' time, a two kingdom system of classification with the Plantae and Animalia kingdom was developed that included all the plants and animals respectively. This system did not distinguish between the eukaryotes and the prokaryotes, unicellular and multicellular. In Linnaeus' time, a two kingdom system of classification was developed with Plantae and Animalia. Okay, that include all the plants and animals respectively. This system did not distinguish between the eukaryotes and prokaryotes and unicellular and multicellular organism. Green algae and non-photosynthetic fungi and non-photosynthetic fungi organism. Classification of organism into plants and animals was easily done and was easy to understand. But a large number of organisms did not fall into either category. Hence, the kingdom classification used for a long time was found inadequate. Besides gross morphology that was held, including the other characteristics like cell structure, nature of fall, mode of nutrition, habitat, method of reproduction, evolutionary relationship are all. Classification system for the organism have hence undergone several changes over the time, though some plant and animal kingdoms have been at constant under all different systems. The understanding of what groups or organisms be included under this kingdom have been changing. The number and the nature of other kingdoms have been understood differently by different scientists over time. R. H. Whitaker, 1969, proposed a five. R.H. Whitaker 1969 proposed a five kingdom classification. The kingdom defined by him were named as Monera, Protista, Fungi, Plantae, and Animalia. The main criteria for classification used by him include cell structure, body organization, mode of nutrition, reproduction, and phylogenetic relationships. Gives a comparative account of different characteristics of the five kingdoms. The three domain system also have been proposed that divides the kingdom Monera into two domains. The three domain system has also been developed, proposed that the kingdom that divides the kingdom Monera into two domains, leaving the remaining eukaryotic kingdom into third domain and thereby a six kingdom classification. We will learn about the system in detail at higher classes. Let us look at the five kingdom classification to understand the issues and considerations that influence the classification system. Earlier classification system include bacteria, blue-green algae, and fungi mosses. Earlier classification system include bacteria, blue-green algae, fungi, mosses, ferns, gymnosperm, and angiosperm under plant. The character that unified the whole kingdom was that all organisms included had a cell wall in the cell. This placed together playgroups which widely differed in other characteristics. It brought together the prokaryotic bacteria and blue-green algae cyanobacteria with other groups which were eukaryotic. It also grouped together under unicellular organism and the multicellular one-word. Example, Chlamydomonas and Spirogyra were placed together under algae. Unicellular organism and multicellular, say for example, Chlamydomonas and Spirogyra were placed together under algae. The classification did not differentiate between the heterotrophic group fungi and the autotrophic green plant. They also showed a characteristic difference in their walls composition. Fungi had chitin in their walls while the green plant had cellulosic cell wall. When such characteristics were considered, the fungi were placed in a separate kingdom, kingdom fungi. All prokaryotic organisms were grouped under kingdom Monera and the unicellular eukaryotic organisms were placed under kingdom Protista. Kingdom Protista has brought together Chlamydomonas chlorella placed under algae plants with Paramecium and Amoeba and the animal kingdom which lacks cell wall. It has put together organisms which in earlier were placed in different kingdoms. This happened because the criteria for classification has changed. This kind of changes will take place in future too, depending on the improvement in our understanding of characteristics, evolutionary relationships. Over time, an attempt has been made to evolve a classification system which reflects not only morphological, physiological, and reproductive similarities, but is also phylogenetic, based on evolutionary relationship. In this chapter, we will study characteristics of kingdom Monera, Protista, fungi, of the Whitaker system classification, the system repeatedly will deal separately in chapter 3 and 4. R.H. Whitaker, 1969, proposed a five-kingdom classification. The kingdoms defined by him were named as Monera, Protista, Fungi, Plantae, and Animalia. The main criteria for classification used by him include cell structure, body organization, mode of nutrition, reproduction, and phylogenetic relationship. 2.1 Table 2.1 gives a comparative account for differential three-domain system. Bacteria, blue-green algae, fungi, mosses, gymnosperm under plants. Unicellular organism multicellular, for example, chlamydomonas spider are placed together under algae. Now we'll study kingdom Monera. Bacteria are the sole members of the kingdom Monera. They are the most abundant microorganism. Bacteria occur almost everywhere. Hundreds of bacteria are present in a handful of soil. They also live in extreme habitats such as hot spring, desert, snow, and deep oceans where only few other life forms can survive. Many of them live in or on other organisms as parasites. Bacteria are grouped under four categories based on their shape: the spherical coccus, the rod-shaped bacillus, the comma-shaped vibrium, and the spiral spirillum. Though the bacterial structure are very simple, they are very complex in behavior compared to many organisms. Bacteria are grouped as groups show they complex their own food from inorganic substrates. They may be photosynthetic, autotrophic, or chemosynthetic autotrophic. The vast majority of bacteria are heterotrophs. They depend on other organisms or dead organic matter for food. Archibacteria. These bacteria are special since they live in some of the most harsh habitats, such as extreme salty areas, halophiles, hot springs, thermoacidophiles, and marshy areas, methanogens. Archibacteria differ from other bacteria in having a different cell wall structure, and this feature is responsible for their survival in extreme conditions. Methanogens are present in the gut of several ruminant animals such as cows and buffalo, and they are responsible for the production of methane biogas from the dung of this animal. So, extreme salty areas, halophiles, hot spring, thermoacidophiles. Extreme salty areas, halophiles, hot spring, thermoacidophiles. Next is eubacteria. These are thousands of different eubacteria or true bacteria. They are characterized by the presence of a rigid cell wall and, if motile, a flagellum. The cyanobacteria, also referred to as blue-green algae, have chlorophyll A to green plants and photosynthetic autotrophs. The cyanobacteria are unicellular. Unicellular, colonial or filamentous, freshwater, marine or terrestrial algae. The colonies are generally surrounded by a gelatinous sheet. They often form blooms in polluted water bodies. Some of these organisms can fix atmospheric nitrogen in the specialized cells called heterocysts, example nostoc and anabhina. Chemosynthetic phototrophic bacteria oxidize various inorganic substances such as nitrates, nitrites, and ammonia and use the released energy for their ATP production. They play a great role in recycling the nutrients like nitrogen, phosphorus, iron, and sulfur. So, eubacteria, there are thousands of different eubacteria or true bacteria. They are characterized by the presence of a rigid cell wall and, if motile, a flagellum. The cyanobacteria, also referred to as blue-green algae, have chlorophyll A similar to green plants and the photosynthetic autotrophs. The cyanobacteria are unicellular, colonial or filamentous, freshwater or marine or terrestrial algae. The colonies are generally surrounded by a gelatinous sheet. They often form blooms in polluted water bodies. And can some of them cells called heterocysts can fix nitrogen in specialized cells, example nostoc and anabina. Chemosynthetic autotrophic bacteria oxidize various inorganic substrates such as nitrates and ammonia and use the released energy for their ATP production. They play a great role in recycling nutrients like nitrogen, phosphorus, iron, and sulfur. Heterotrophic bacteria are the most abundant in nature. The majority of the important decomposers and impact on human affairs. They are helpful in making curd from milk, production of antibiotics, fixing nitrogen in legume roots, etc. Some are pathogens causing damage to human beings, crops, farm animals, and pets. Cholera, typhoid, tetanus, citrus canker are well known diseases caused by different bacteria. Bacteria reproduce mainly by fission. Sometimes, under unfavorable conditions, they produce spores. They also reproduce by a sort of sexual reproduction by adopting a primitive type of DNA transfer from one bacterium to the other. Bacteria reproduce mainly by fission. Sometimes, under unfavorable conditions, they produce spores. They also reproduce by sort of sexual reproduction by adopting a primitive type of DNA transfer from one bacterium to other. The mycoplasma are the organisms that completely lack a cell wall. They are the smallest living cells and can survive without oxygen. Many mycoplasma are pathogenic in plants and animals. Now it is time to study kingdom Protista. All single-celled eukaryotes are placed under Protista. But the boundaries of this kingdom are not well defined. What may be a photosynthetic protista to one biologist may be a plant to another. In this book, we include chrysophytes, dinoflagellates, euglenoids, slime molds, and protozoans of the protista. Members of protista are primarily aquatic. The kingdom forms a link with the other dealing with plant, animals, and fungi. Being eukaryotes, the protistan cell body contains a well-defined nucleus. Being eukaryotes, the protistan cell body contains a well-defined nucleus and other membrane-bound organelles. Some have flagella or cilia. Protists reproduce asexually and sexually by a process involving cell fusion and zygote formation. Protists reproduce asexually and sexually by a process involving cell fusion and zygote formation. So, again, all single-celled eukaryotes are placed under Protista, but the boundaries of this kingdom are not well defined. What may be a photosynthetic protistan to one biologist may be a plant to another. In this book, we include chrysophytes, dinoflagellates, euglenoids, slime molds, and protozoan under Protista. Members of Protista are primarily aquatic. Their kingdom forms a link with the other dealing with plants, animals, and fungi. Being eukaryotes, the protistan cell body contains a well-defined nucleus and other membrane-bound organelles. Some have flagella or cilia. Protists reproduce sexually by involving a cell fusion and zygote formation. Cell fusion and zygote formation. Cell fusion and zygote formation. Chrysophyte, this group include diatoms and golden algae. Desmids, they are found in fresh water as well as in marine environments. They are microscopic and float passively in water currents. Plankton, most of them are photosynthetic. In diatoms, the cell walls form two thin overlapping shells which fit together as in a soap box. The walls are embedded with silica and thus the walls are indestructible. Thus diatoms have left behind large amount of cell wall deposits in their habitat. This accumulation over billions of years is referred to as the diatomaceous earth. Being gritty, the soil is used in polishing, filtration of oil, and syrup. Diatoms are the chief producers in the ocean. Next is dinoflagellates. Okay, one time more. The group include diatoms and golden algae. They are found in fresh water as well as in marine environment. They are microscopic and float passively in water currents. Plankton, most of them are photosynthetic. In diatoms, the cell wall form two thin overlapping shells which fit together as in a soap box. The walls are embedded with silica and thus the walls are indestructible. Thus diatoms have left behind large amount of cell wall deposit in their habitat. This accumulation over billions of years is referred to as diatomaceous earth. Being gritty, the soil is used in polishing, filtration of oils and syrup. Diatoms are the chief producers in the oceans. Next is dinoflagellate. These organisms are mostly marine and photosynthetic. They appear yellow, green, brown, blue, or red depending on the pigment present in their cell. The cell wall has stiff cellulose plates on the outer surface. Acha, these organisms are mostly marine and photosynthetic. They appear yellow, green, brown, blue, or red depending on the main pigment present in their cell. The cell wall has stiff cellulose plates on the outer surface. Most of them have two flagella. One lies longitudinally, another transversely in a furrow between the wall plates. Very often, red dinoflagellate, example goniulax, undergo such rapid multiplication that they make the sea appear red. Toxin released by such large number may even kill other marine animals such as fishes. Next is euglenoids. Majority of them are freshwater organisms. They are exclusive, mostly marine, okay, and they are photosynthetic. Next is euglenoid. Majority of them are freshwater organisms found in stagnant water. Instead of cell wall, they have a protein-rich layer called pellicle, which makes their body flexible. They have two flagella, a short and a long one. Though they are photosynthetic in the presence of sunlight, when deprived of sunlight, they behave like heterotrophs, predating on smaller organisms. Interestingly, the pigments of euglenoids are identical to those in higher plants. Example, euglena. Next is slime molds. Slime molds are saprophytic protists. The body moves along the decaying twigs and leaves engulfing of organic material. Under suitable conditions, they form an aggregation called plasmodium, which may grow and spread over several feet. During unfavorable conditions, the plasmodium differentiate and form fruiting bodies bearing spores at their tips. The spore possess true walls. They are extremely resistant and survive for many years even under adverse conditions. The spores are dispersed by air currents. Slime molds are saprophytic protists. The body moves along decaying twigs and leaves engulfing organic material. Under suitable conditions, they form an aggregation called plasmodium, which may grow and spread over several feet. During unfavorable conditions, the plasmodium differentiate and form fruiting bodies bearing spores at the tips. The spores possess true walls. They are extremely resistant and survive for many years. Under suitable conditions, they form aggregation walls may grow several feet, but in unfavorable conditions, they form fruiting bodies and spores. Extremely resistant and survive for many years even under adverse conditions. The spores are dispersed by air currents. That's it. So it's break time. Enjoy the break. Now, after that, we will study protozoan. Then we will move to kingdom fungi.
करियर के बारे में क्यों बताऊँ, क्यों मैं आईआईटी जेईई के बारे में बताऊँ। बट ऐसा नहीं है कि मतलब जैसे लोग समझते हैं कि मैं कुछ नहीं कर रहा था बहुत सालों से। मैंने एक यार बहुत ही इलस्ट्रियस करियर बनाया एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में, आईआईटी दिल्ली स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम के अंदर। तो एनीवे, थैंक यू अगर आपको आज मेरा काम अच्छा लगा तो। नाउ यू आर शोइंग योर पोटेंशियल। यार कई बार ना मुझे ऑनलाइन है समझते हैं कि मतलब मैंने ना मतलब आईआईटी क्रैक कर दिया और कुछ भी नहीं किया। अगर आप मेरा कभी लिंक्डइन देखोगे या फिर चलो मेरी भी गलती है, मैंने आपको कभी पेपर बताया नहीं कि मैंने एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में क्या क्या किया। तो मैं अगर आप चाहोगे मैं उसके ऊपर एक वीडियो बनाऊँ के बारे में और भी चीज़ें बताने के बारे में, तो मुझे कमेंट में ज़रूर बताना। मुझे बस इतना लगता था कि भाई जेईई के बारे में चैनल है, तो मैं इसमें अपने पर्सनल करियर के बारे में क्यों बताऊँ, क्यों मैं आईआईटी जेईई के बारे में ही बताऊँ। बट ऐसा नहीं है कि मतलब जैसे लोग समझते हैं कि मैं कुछ नहीं कर रहा था बहुत सालों से। मैंने एक यार बहुत ही इलस्ट्रियस करियर बनाया एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में, आईआईटी दिल्ली स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम के अंदर।
मेरे आई क्या हो गया तुम बोलते थे मुझे इस दुनिया को इसकी औकात दिखाने तो फिर है माँ देख मैंने क्या कर दिया मेरे खून से मैंने आसमान भर दिया तेरा बेटा भी आम इंसान नहीं रहा मेरे आंसू से खाला क्या इजरायली यहूदी ही यदुओं से है अर्थात हमारे यादव है नेपाली था हरियाणवी क्या बोला छपी बोला चाहे है क्या मैंने की तो वही बताया है क्या कश्मीरी पठान क्या इजरायली यहूदी ही यदुओं से है अर्थात हमारे यादव है
मेरे खिलाफ कमेंट करने वालों को मुझे डेथ नोट मिल चुका है। तुम सबके नाम इसमें लिखूंगा, अगर हिम्मत है तो अपना नाम कमेंट में मेंशन कर दो। पहला घंटा बड़ा जोश में, दूसरे में थोड़ा होश में और तीसरे में थोड़ा बेहोश में। तो आपको करना इतना सा पड़ेगा कि अगर 2 पेपर लेकर के 4 घंटे बैठे तो स्लीप मैनेज हो जाएगी और हमारा जो एफिशिएंसी का बार वो 3 घंटे से 4 घंटे में कन्वर्ट हो जाएगा। और अगर आपने ऐसा ये पर्टिकुलर 30 डेज कर लिया तो आपको बस ये समझना है कि नीट की एग्जामिनेशन में जो तकरीबन 6.5 मार्क्स आप मिनिमम एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं अपने आप वो बहुत आसानी से बनता है। उम्मीद करता हूँ स्ट्रैटेजी फॉलो। पहला घंटा बड़ा जोश में, दूसरे में थोड़ा होश में और तीसरे में थोड़ा बेहोश में। तो आपको करना इतना सा पड़ेगा कि अगर 2 पेपर लेकर के 4 घंटे बैठते तो स्लीप मैनेज हो जाएगी।
पहले आईटी तक छोड़ देना, ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस लेने। ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस लेने के लिए आरटीओ जाने की जरूरत नहीं है बेटा। तो बोला कि मैं कहीं जा रहा हूँ, मैं तो बस अपने स्कूटर को घुमा जाना है पैदल। पेट्रोल के भाव मालूम है ना क्या है? बिना आरटीओ चाहे ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस कैसे मिलेगा? ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस तो फोन पे ही मिल जाता है। ये एजेंट के अपने सारे काम ऑनलाइन तो करवाते हैं, तुम भी करवा। Nepal, our mother, this country gave us birth, nurtured us. But what did it ask in return? Just our honesty, our hard work, our contribution. But what are we doing? We are pumping.
हाँ
सिर्फ 25 दिन मुझे सिर्फ 25 दिन ओ सिर्फ 25 दिन बचे हैं। वेलकम बैक टू द वीडियो। एंड मुझे बस ये चीज़ अभी दिखानी थी जल्दी से कि भाई साहब मैं इसमें चाय पी रही हूँ एंड धीरे धीरे मेरे बस चाय की क्वांटिटी बढ़ती ही जा रही है। एंड नेक्स्ट स्टेज यू वुड बी सीइंग मी ड्रिंकिंग चाय इन दिस। स्टे ट्यून्ड। एट दिस पॉइंट मुझे नहीं पता इस वीडियो का तुक क्या होने वाला है, बट कभी किसी चीज़ का तुक हमें मिला नहीं है, तो लेट्स कंटिन्यू। द थिंग इज, मैं कल रात को बैठ के सोच रही थी कि लाइक भाई मैंने कितने सारे आइडियाज़ लिखे हैं यूट्यूब के लिए, मैं कुछ कर क्यों नहीं रही हूँ। एंड द थिंग इज, अभी जो भी चीज़ मैं उठाती हूँ इधर उसको रिकॉर्ड करने में बहुत टाइम लगता है या फिर उसे एडिट करने में बहुत टाइम लगता है। तो इसके वजह से यू नो व्हाट, आफ्टर मे आई प्रॉमिस मैं ये सारी चीज़ें डालने वाली हूँ, मगर उनको एडिट और उनको जस्ट रिकॉर्ड करने में इतना ज़्यादा टाइम लग जाता है कि प्लीज़ कोई मेरे लिए एडिट कर लो। मैं वीक मांग रही हूँ। ऐसा भी नहीं है कि मैं एकदम मतलब वो जजमेंट फ्री जोन में हूँ कि लाइक इट्स ओके, बीच बीच में आप फंबल तो कर देती हूँ। मैं बार बार रिकॉर्ड करती हूँ उस चीज़ को, अगर कुछ भी बीच में फंबल हो गया एंड फिर मैं सोचती हूँ कि काटो काटो सारा काटो, नहीं ये भी नहीं डालेंगे, फिर से करेंगे। एंड मेरा यही चीज़ चलती जाती है। मैं अपने आप को इतना जज कर देती हूँ कि मेरे को वीडियो से नफरत होती है। मतलब मैं आंखें बंद करके जो भी मैंने वीडियोज आज तक
सर क्लास 11th में डॉक्टर बनना है, क्या करना चाहिए, कौन सा बैच लूं? अर्जुना नीट 2026 ले लूं। स्टार्ट कब होगा सर? 14 अप्रैल को स्टार्ट हो रहा है। अच्छा, कुछ और डिटेल बताओ सर। 2027 के लिए तैयारी कराओगे? और क्या कुछ बताओ सर। अरे भाई, ये बैच में मिलेंगे केवल अब, अभी के लिए मौनी बाबा बन चुके हैं। बैच में बोलेंगे आ जाओ सब लोग।
और उसके बाद हम क्वेश्चन प्रैक्टिस भी करेंगे। तो मेनली आज के में है क्या, आज के सेशन में हम क्या क्या करने वाले हैं? आज के सेशन में हम करने वाले हैं क्या, चेंज हो जाए भाई, कंप्लीट चैप्टर करेंगे हम, ठीक है। कंप्लीट चैप्टर जो है वो करेंगे और क्वेश्चन प्रैक्टिस भी करने वाले हैं। तो पहले एक बार हम आयंस के टेस्ट देख लेते हैं। पहले हम एनायंस के टेस्ट करेंगे, उसके बाद हम केटायंस के टेस्ट करेंगे। तो शुरू करते हैं, आ जाओ एनायंस के टेस्ट शुरू करते हैं। दिमाग में फिट कर लो कौन कौन से एनायंस और कौन कौन से कैटायंस जो है वो हमारे सिलेबस में है। पहले अगर हम एनायंस की बात करें तो एनायंस जो है वो कार्बोनेट है। तो सीरीज ऑफ, ये जो आप सीक्वेंस देख रहे हैं, ये जो सीरीज ऑफ टेस्ट हैं, ये हर बार हमें एक कंफर्मेशन दे रही है कि यस कार्बोनेट इज प्रेजेंट। आप कैटायंस में जाओगे तो ऐसी बहुत में अगर वो वहां सॉल्यूबल हो जाता है तो वही हमारा ओरिजिनल सॉल्यूशन होगा।
सॉलिड बॉडी जिगर में दम, बच कर रहिए बेटे, यूपी वाले हैं हम।
ऐसा कुछ खाने को दो ना सब।
आप लोग मुझे गलत समझ रहे हैं, आपको गलतफहमी हो रहे हैं, आपको गलतफहमी हो रही है।
देखिए, मैं आप लोगों से हाथ जोड़कर माफी मांगता हूं, मैं अभी कुछ कहना नहीं चाहता।
सॉलिड बॉडी जिगर में दम, बच कर रहिए बेटे, यूपी वाले हैं हम।
ऐसा कुछ खाने को दो ना सब।
आप लोग मुझे गलत समझ रहे हैं। क्या ये क्या बक रहे हो माधव?
का जो भी प्रोग्राम बना उसको कैंसिल करो।
कैंसिल करो भाई, इसको कैंसिल करो।
कैंसिल भाई।
चल 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 चल।
गाड़ी स्टार्ट कर।
अच्छा ठीक है, समझ गया।
ओ, सरक उधर। क्या बात कर रहे हैं? चला जा।
मुझे तो नान खटाई खानी है।
आ गया सब्जी वाला, बेहतरीन धनिया पुदीना।
पुराना लोहा टीना प्लास्टिक के जूता चप्पल शीशी बोतल टूट।
फिर तुझे तुझको
जहां कोई तो फिर तुझे तुझको कैसे बीती रातें मेरी तेरे नैनों में मैंने ये छलकी
होली कब है? कब है होली? कब?
अरे भाई क्या बताऊं मैं आपको? मैं क्या बताऊं? मैं क्या बताऊं? क्या है? Go play Clash of Clans with Bobby.
फोन कहाँ लगाया फोन? क्या? ये क्या बक रहे हो?
साल का पीड़िका की मुद्रा क्या है जी? आग लगा दूंगा मास्टर।
Why won't you let me in?
Sorry, piano players only.
Oh, I have simply piano.
Oh, come right this way, miss. VIP section, straight down the hall, drinks on the house.
VIP?
Very important pianist.
Oh, but don't worry. You can download Simply Piano too. I got it a couple of weeks.
Okay, let's start protozoan. All protozoans are heterotrophs. All protozoans are heterotrophs. They are believed to be primitive relatives of animals. They are believed to be primitive relatives of heterotrophs. There are four major groups of protozoans. There are four major groups of protozoans. Okay. Amoeboid protozoan. These organisms live in fresh water, seawater, or moist soil. They move and capture their prey by putting out pseudopodia, false feet, as in amoeba. Marine forms have silica in their shells on their surface. Most of them, some of them, such as entamoeba, are parasites. হ্যাঁ
আজকে বদমাইশি করোনি তো? তারপর সকালে যেমন বদমাইশি করছিলে, আমার বদমাইশি করোনি তো সারাদিন?
না
এটা কোন মাস পড়ে আছে?
এখন কাল
1 মাস?
না
মাঝে মাঝে আধ ঘন্টা অন্তর না একটুখানি পাইচারি করবে। আর
করি
তুমি ওই ফ্রান টান ব্যাক টানটা করেছো?
করি আমি।
না না এই গোল গোল কথা বলো না, আজকে করেছো?
না, আমার
তাহলে
ব্যথা আছে শরীরে।
ওয়ানা শিখে গেছে না পুরো।
আজকে কোনো ব্যায়ামই করিনি।
তাহলে ব্যায়ামের টাকা পাবে না তো?
না,
তো সেটা লিখিয়ে দিয়েছো? এটা কি এই যে ট্রেনিং সেন্টারে ডিজিটাল বোর্ড কিনেছে। ডিজিটাল বোর্ড মানে তুমি যেমন ওইটা
হ্যাঁ
ওই রকম।
এইটা ও
এইটার
এই
মতো।
লেখা যায়।
হ্যাঁ, লেখা যায়, কালার দেয়া যায়,
এই তো।
ওই যে পেনটা দিয়ে লিখছে, সরু করা যায়, মোটা
এই তো,
করা যায়।
এতেও তো
হ্যাঁ,
এই যে এই যে।
আমার আজকে তো ওইখানে অডিটে গেছিলাম, ওই ট্রেনিং সেন্টারে অডিটে।
ও
আমি বললাম যে দেখছি যে 3 লাখ টাকা দিয়ে দুটো বোর্ড কিনেছি।
হ্যাঁ,
1,44,000 প্লাস জিএসটি, মানে প্রায় 1.5 লাখ, 1.5 লাখ পড়েছে। 3 লাখ।
তারপর এইটা তুমি যেটা ধরো পড়াচ্ছ এখানেও সিস্টেম আছে, এটা রেকর্ড করতে পারো।
হ্যাঁ, ওই সব সিস্টেম রয়েছে। ইউটিউব খোলা যায়, কোনো ভিডিও দেখাতে পারবে।
আর সিনেমা হলের মতো বড়
হ্যাঁ,
স্ক্রিন।
আর আর কনফারেন্সও করা যাবে পুরো।
হ্যাঁ, ভিডিও কল।
পুরো ওইখানে এ আছে, পুরো এটা চলে এলো, এই হলটা প্রত্যেককে দেখা যাচ্ছে। আমি যখন দেখলাম পুরো হলটা, আমায় তো দেখালো, বললাম আমি চলুন একবার গিয়ে দেখবেন কি জিনিস এসছে। হ্যাঁ, দেখছি মানে কারুর ধরো বড়দায় যে ভাষণ দিচ্ছে, সে পুরো এটা দেখতে পাবে,
পুরো ক্লাসরুম।
পুরো ক্লাসরুম সবাইকে দেখতে পাবে। হ্যাঁ, আর এও যে কোনো প্রশ্ন করতে পারবে।
হ্যাঁ,
হ্যাঁ, আর আমি তখন ভাবছি যে পুরোর যে ছোট্ট বোর্ড, ওটার মতন একবারে তোমার হচ্ছে এদিকে বোধ হয় 5.5 ফুট না 6 ফুট, আর এদিকে বোধ হয় 4 ফুট,
হ্যাঁ।
যেমন বোর্ড হয় সেরকম বোর্ড, পুরো ডিজিটাল বোর্ড। এক একটার দাম 1,44,000 প্লাস জিএসটি, নিজে প্রায় 1.5 লাখ টাকা। এসেছে ঝগড়া করতে বলে এসেছে। ওই তো যেমন স্কুলে বোর্ড হয়, ওই তো 6 ফুট বাই 4 ফুট হবে, 4 ফুট কি 3.5 ফুট, 4 ফুটই হবে বোধ হয়। হ্যাঁ, তো পুরো ডিজিটাল বোর্ড, মানে এই যে পুরোর যে বোর্ড। আমি ওখানে অডিটে গেছি, তো দেখছি সব বিলগুলো চেক করতে করতে দেখছি নিচে এটা এত দামের কি এটা এসছে, টিচ মিন্ট, বোর্ডটার নাম টিচ মিন্ট,
ও
TECHMINT।
ও
মানে টিচ এর মিন্ট, মানে মিন্ট হচ্ছে ওই যেখানে পয়সা তৈরি হতো সেইখানে উৎস। হ্যাঁ, তো সেইখানে টিচ মিন্ট কোম্পানিটার নাম না বোর্ডটার নাম। আমি জানছি এত টাকা দিয়ে। বলছে এটা তো দুটো বোর্ড এসছে আমাদের দুটো ক্লাসে, চলুন আপনাকে দেখাতে যাই। ওই নিচে নিয়ে গেল। আমি বাবা,
হ্যাঁ
হ্যাঁ, আমি যে কি বাপরে, এসে বুড়ো ওই পেনটা দিয়ে লিখছে তো, ওইটা পুরো মোটা করা যায়,
হ্যাঁ,
সরু করা
এই
যায়,
তো।
ডট 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 করা যায়, সব রকম।
এটাও এই যে সরু।
হ্যাঁ, আবার আবার ইরেজ করে দেওয়া যায়, একটা টিপলো পুরো ইরেজ হয়ে গেল যা লিখলো। আবার বলছে এইদিকে আমি পড়াবার সময় এইদিকে কিছু লিখলাম, এটাকে কপি পেস্ট করে এইদিকে করে দেওয়া যায়। হ্যাঁ, বলছে হ্যাঁ, কি বাবা, আমি তো নভেম্বরে তো অনেক দিন সেই গেছিলাম না সল্টলেকে।
হ্যাঁ,
হ্যাঁ, তখনও হোয়াইট বোর্ড ছিল।
ও
বলছে এটা তো জানুয়ারি না কবে এসছে।
আমাদের তো অনলাইনে ওইগুলোতেই পড়া,
এই তো
সব ওইগুলোতেই
দাম আছে।
বাবা, 1.5 লাখ টাকা
এই তো
করে দাম একটা, দুটো
এই
3
তো।
লাখ টাকা দিয়ে কিনেছে।
90,000-এ অ্যামাজনে দেয় অন্য কোম্পানি।
ও, এদের টিচ মিন্ট।
এটা হচ্ছে বিগ ভিউ 65 ইঞ্চ। এই তো।
65 ইঞ্চ মানে 5 ফুট। হ্যাঁ, ঠিকই তো আছে ওই
এই
দামই তো।
দেখো,
তো এদের দাম কম, ওদের তো দাম বেশি নিয়েছে।
যেরকম কোম্পানি ওদের হয়তো বেশি স্টোরেজ আছে, এটা তো একটা বেশি স্টোরেজ ওলা বেশি
বলছে
দাম
অল
হবে।
ইন্ডিয়া পুরো আমাদের অথরিটি দিয়েছে, সমস্ত যত জনে ট্রেনিং সেন্টার আছে সবাইকে বোর্ড কিনতে হবে, তাই ওখান থেকে অর্ডার এসছে, তাই আমরা কিনেছি। বাহ, বাহ। আবার এসেছে এইখানে ঝগড়া করতে এলো নাকি?
হ্যাঁ, দুপুরে নেমে পড়লো।
কেন এরকম ঝগড়া করতে নামছো বুড়ি? তুমি তো সকালে বললে আমাদের ধোকা দিয়ে দিলে যে ওপরে আমি চলে এসেছি।
আমি তো মা বললেও তোমরা চেঁচাবে যে ঝগড়া করার জন্য বসে সেই ভয়ে গেছিলাম।
কিন্তু বুড়ো তো আমার এখন বললো যে আমি সারাদিন আর সকালে যেমন বদমাইশি করেছি,
ঠান্ডা হয়ে গেলে নিচে চলে
না সকালে যেমন বদমাইশি করেছি সে আমার বদমাইশি সারাদিন করিল নিজে বললো। বললো আমি এখন সারাদিন ভালো আছি। ভালো হয়ে গেছে তো বুড়ো? সকালে তো খুব বদমাইশি করেছিলে একদম।
হ্যাঁ, ও মাথা আমার করে দিয়েছে খারাপ।
কেন মাথা তোমার খারাপ হয়? তুমি শান্তিতে থাকো না, শান্তিতে
আমি
স্বস্তিতে।
শান্তিতেই ছিলাম, আমায় মাথা খারাপ করে দিল।
শান্তিতে স্বস্তিতে যে থাকবে তার মাথা কেন খারাপ করে? তুমি ওর কথায় তুমি উঠছো বসছো, ও যা বলছে তার জন্য তুমি করছো, তো ও তো তোমায় তো কিছু করছে না, তাহলে তুমি কেন ওর কথায় তুমি প্রভাবিত হচ্ছ বলো? আর যখন আমরা রয়েছি, কোর্ট রয়েছে, আদালতে রিপোর্ট করো।
তারপর তুমি যদি ধরো 80,000 টাকা কেন দাও, তাহলে এই ল্যাপটপের যে সেটা এই নামে এত বড় এই নাম বোর্ডটা পাবে, এত বড়টা 80-90,000 টাকা
আমি
দাম।
একটা, আমার তো ল্যাপটপ তো চলে যাবে, এই আমি যদি এইখানে বেরিয়ে আসি জুন মাসে, তাহলে আমার একটা ল্যাপটপ কিনবো। আমি ভাবছি বুড়িটা এই বুড়ির তো কলেজে ভর্তি হয়ে গেলে ওটা নিয়ে নেবো, জানো? হ্যাঁ বুড়ো কি
নিয়ে নাও।
তোমার লাগবে না, তোমার তো কলেজ। আরে পাখাটা এরকম আস্তে করে দিয়েছো কেন?
All protozoans are heterotrophs and live as predators or parasites. They are believed to be primitive relatives of animals. There are four major groups of protozoan. Amoeboid protozoan. These organisms live in fresh water, seawater or moist soil. Oh my god, again 4 breaks. These organisms live in fresh water, seawater or moist soil. As they are putting out pseudopodia, false feet. As in amoeba, marine forms have silica shells on the surface. Some of them, such as enta-amoeba, are parasite. Flagellated protozoan. These are the members of this group are either free living or parasitic. They have flagella. The parasitic form cause diseases such as sleeping sickness. Example: trypanosoma. Ciliated protozoan. These are the aquatic, actively These are actively moving organisms. Because of the presence of thousands of cilia, they have cavity gullet that opens to the outside of the cell surface. The coordinated movement of rows of the cilia causes the water laden with food to be steered into the gullet. Example: Paramoecium. Sporozoan. These include diverse organisms that have an infectious cold-like stage in their life cycle. The most notorious is the Plasmodium. Okay, this is the staggering effect on human population. Sporozoan. Okay. Now kingdom fungi. The most controversial topic. The fungi constitute a unique kingdom of heterotrophic organisms. They show a great diversity in morphology and habitat. You must have seen fungi on moist bread and rotten fruits. The common mushroom you eat and toadstools are also fungi. White spot seen on mustard leaves are due to parasitic fungus. Some unicellular fungi yeast are used to make bread or beer. Other fungi cause disease in plants and animals. Wheat rust causing Puccinia is an important example. Some are the source of antibiotics. Penicillium fungi are cosmopolitan and occur in air, water, soil, and on plants and animals. They prefer to grow in warmer and humid places. Have you ever noticed why we keep food in refrigerator? Yes, it is to prevent food from going bad due to bacterial or fungal infection. With the exception of yeast, which are multicellular, fungi are filamentous. Their bodies consist of long, slender, thread-like structure called hyphae. The network of hyphae is known as mycelium. Some hyphae are continuous tube filled with multinucleated cytoplasm. These are called coinocytic hyphae. Others have septa or cross walls in their hyphae. With the exception of yeast, which are unicellular, fungi are filamentous. Their body consists of long, slender, thread-like structures called hyphae. Their body consists of long, slender, thread-like structure called hyphae. The network of hyphae is known as mycelium. So unicellular is yeast, and the body consists of long, slender, thread-like structure called hyphae. The network of hyphae is known as mycelium. Some hyphae are continuous tube filled with multinucleated cytoplasm. These are called coinocytic hyphae. Some hyphae are continuous tubes filled with multinucleated cytoplasm. These are called coinocytic hyphae. Others have septa or cross walls in their hyphae. The cells of the fungi are composed of chitin and polysaccharide. Most fungi are heterotrophic and absorb soluble organic matter from dead substrates and hence are called saprophytes. Those that depend on the plant and animals are called parasitic. They also live in symbionts in association with algae as lichen, with higher roots of higher plants as mycorrhiza. Reproduction in fungi can take place by vegetative means, fragmentation, fission, and budding. Asexual reproduction is by spores called conidia or sporangiospores or zoospores, and sexual reproduction is by oospores, ascospores, and basilospores. The various spores are produced in distinct structure called fruiting bodies. The sexual cycle involves the following three steps: fusion of protoplasm between the two motile or non-motile gametes called plasmogamy, fusion of two nuclei called karyogamy. Fusion of protoplasm between two motile or non-motile gametes is called plasmogamy. Fusion between two nuclei called karyogamy. Meiosis in zygote resulting in haploid spores. When a fungus reproduces sexually, two haploid hyphae of compatible mating types come together and fuse. In some fungi, the fusion of two haploid cells immediately results in diploid cells 2n. However, in other fungi, Ascomycetes and Basidomycetes, an intervening dikaryotic stage, two nuclei per cell occurs. Okay. Fungi, Ascomycetes and Basidomycetes. When fungus reproduce sexually, two haploid hyphae of compatible mating types come together and fuse. In some fungi, the fusion of two haploid cells immediately results in 2 cell, how diploid. However, in other fungi like Ascomycetes and Basidomycetes, an intervening dikaryotic stage n plus n, 2 nuclei per cell occurs. Such a condition is called dikaryon and the phase is called dikaryophase of fungus. Later, the parental nuclei fuse and the cells become diploid. The fungus from fruiting bodies in reduction division occur leading to formation of haploid spores. The fungi constitute a unique kingdom of heterotrophic organisms. They show a great diversity in morphology and habitat. You must have seen fungi on a moist bread and rotten fruits. The common mushroom you eat and toadstools are also fungi. White spot seen on mustard leaves are due to parasitic fungus. Some unicellular fungi, example yeast, the white spot seen on mustard leaves are due to parasitic fungus. Yeast are used to make bread and beer. Some fungi cause disease in plant and animal. Wheat rust causing Puccinia is an important example. Some are the source of antibiotics, that is penicillin. Fungi are cosmopolitan and occur in air, water, soil, and animal and plants. They prefer to grow in warm and humid places. Have you ever wondered why we keep food in the refrigerator? Yes, it is to prevent food from going bad due to bacterial or fungal infections. With the exception of yeast, which are unicellular, fungi are filamentous. Their body consists of long, slender, thread-like structures called hyphae. The network of hyphae is known as mycelium. Some hyphae are continuous tubes filled with multinucleated cytoplasm. These are called choanocytic hyphae. Others have septa or cross walls in their hyphae. The cell walls of fungi are composed of chitin and polysaccharides. The cell walls of fungi are composed of chitin and polysaccharides. The exception phylum body consists of long, slender, thread-like structures. Hyphae. The network of hyphae is known as mycelium. Some hyphae are continuous tubes filled with multinucleated cytoplasm are called choanocytic hyphae. Others have septa or cross walls in their hyphae. The walls of the fungi are composed of chitin polysaccharide. Most fungi are heterotrophic and absorb soluble organic matter from dead substrates and hence are called saprophytes. Those that depend on living plants and animals are called parasites. They can live as symbionts in association with algae as lichens and with roots of higher plant as mycorrhiza. Reproduction in fungi can take place by vegetative means, fragmentation, fission, and budding. Asexual reproduction is by spores, called conidia or sporangiospores or zoospores, and sexual reproduction is by oospores, ascospores, and basidiospores. So, asexual reproduction, conidia, sporangiospore or zoospore, sexual reproduction, oospore, ascospore, and basilospore. The various spores are produced in the distinct structures called fruiting body. The sexual cycle involves following the three steps: fusion of protoplasm between two male or non-motile gametes called plasmogamy, fusion of two nuclei called karyogamy, meiosis in zygote resulting in haploid spores. Meiosis in zygote resulting in haploid spores. When a fungus reproduces sexually, two haploid hyphae of compatible mating types come together and fuse. In some fungi, the fusion of two haploid cells immediately results in diploid 2N. However, in other fungi, Ascomycetes and Basidomycetes, and intervening dikaryotic stage N plus N, 2 nuclei per cell, occurs. Such a condition is called dikaryon. So, in which fungi? Ascomycetes and Basidomycetes. And the phase is called dikaryophase of fungus. Later, the parental nuclei fuse and the cells become diploid. The fungi form fruiting bodies in which the reduction division occurs, leading to formation of haploid spore. The morphology of mycelium, mode of spore formation, and fruiting body form the basis of the division of the plant into various classes. Mucor, Aspergillus, Agaricus. Phycomycetes. Members of Phycomycetes are found in aquatic habitats and on decaying wood in moist and damp places or as obligate parasite on plants. The mycelium is septate, aseptate and coinocytic. Asexual reproduction takes place by zoospores motile or by applanospores non-motile. These spores are endogenously produced in sporangium. A zygospore is formed by the fusion of two gametes. The gametes are similar in morphology, isogamous or dissimilar anisogamous. Some common examples are mucor, rhizopus, the bread mold, or mentioned in albugo, the parasitic fungi. So members of Phycomycetes are found in aquatic habitats and on decaying wood and in moist and damp places or as obligate parasite on plant. The mycelium is aseptate and coinocytic. Asexual reproduction takes place by zoospores motile or by applanospores non-motile. These spores are endogenously produced in sporangium. A zygospore is formed by the fusion of two gametes. These gametes are similar in morphology, isogamous, dissimilar, and isogamous. Some common examples are mucor, rhizopus, the bread mold, and albugo, the parasitic fungi. So members of Phycomycetes are found in aquatic habitats and on decaying wood in moist and damp places or as obligate parasite on plants. The mycelium is aseptate and coinocytic. Asexual reproduction takes place by zoospores or by applanospores non-motile. The spores are endogenously produced in sporangium. The zygospore is formed by the fusion of two gametes. These gametes are similar in size. Some common examples are mucor, rhizopus, the bread mold, and albugo, the parasitic fungi on mustard. Ascomycete, commonly known as sac fungi. These are mostly multicellular, penicillium, or rarely unicellular. Example, yeast. Saccharomyces, they are saprophytic decomposers, parasitic or coprophilous, growing in dung. Mycelium, penicillium, or rarely unicellular. Ascomycete. Branched and septate. The asexual reproduction are conidia produced exogenously on the special mycelium called conidiospores. Conidia and germination produce mycelium. Sexual spores are called ascospores, which are produced endogenously in a sac-like asci. The asci are arranged in different types of floating body called ascospores. Some examples are Aspergillus, Claviceps, and Neurospora. Neurospora is used extensively in biochemical and genetic work. Many members like morels and truffles are edible part of the considered delicacies. Ascomycetes, commonly known as sac fungi. The ascomycetes are mostly multicellular. Example penicillium, or rarely unicellular. Example yeast. Saccharomyces. These are saprophytic decomposers, parasitic or coprophilous, growing on dung. Mycelium is branched and septate. The asexual spores are conidia produced exogenously on the separate special mycelium called conidiophores. Conidion germination produce mycelium. Sexual spores are called ascospores, which are produced endogenously in a sac like asci. The asci are arranged in different types of fruiting bodies called ascoscarps. Some examples are Aspergillus, Claviceps, and Neurospora. Neurospora is used extensively in biochemical and genetic work. Many members like models, truffles are edible part. Basidomycete, commonly known form of basidomycetes are mushrooms, bracket fungi or puffballs. Okay, they grow in soil, on logs and tree stumps, and in living plant bodies as parasite. Example rust and smut. Mycelium is branched and septate. Asexual reproduction are generally not found, but vegetative reproduction by fragmentation is common. So in Basidomycete, vegetative reproduction is common. The sex organs are absent, but plasmogamy is brought about by fusion of two vegetative or somatic cells of different strains or genotypes. The resultant structure is dikaryotic, which ultimately give rise to basidium. Karyogamy and meiosis takes place in basidium, producing four basidospores. Basidospores are exogenously produced on the basidium. The basidia are arranged in fruiting bodies called basidiocarps. Some common members are agaricus mushroom, stylagosmut, puccinia, rust fungus. Commonly known as forms of basidomycetes are mushroom, bracket fungi, or puffballs. They grow in soil, on logs, and tree stumps, and living in plant bodies as parasite, rust and smut. The mycelium is branched and septate. The asexual spores are generally not found, but vegetative reproduction by fragmentation is common. The sex organs are absent, but plasmogamy is brought about by fusion of two vegetative or somatic cells of different strains of genotypes. The resultant structure is dikaryotic, which ultimately gives rise to basidium. Karyogamy and meiosis takes place in the basidium, producing four basidospores. The basidospores are exogenously produced on the basidium. The basidia are arranged exogenously in the basidia are arranged in fruiting bodies called basidiocarps. Some common members are agaricus, mushroom, Ostylagosmut, and Puccinia rust fungus. Deuteromycetes.
Wait 1 second.
They are commonly known as imperfect fungi because only the asexual and vegetative phase of this fungi are known. Asexual or vegetative phase of this fungi are known. When the sexual forms of this fungi were discovered, they were moved into classes they rightly belong to. It is possible that sexual and asexual and vegetative stage have been given one name and the sexual stage another. Later, when the linkages were established, the fungi were correctly identified and moved out of the Deuteromycete. Once perfect sexual stage of members of Deuteromycete were discovered, they often moved to Ascomycetes and Basidos. The Deuteromycete reproduce only by asexual spores known as conidia. The mycelium is septate and branched. Some members are saprophytes or parasites, while others, large members, are decomposers of litter and help in mineral cycling. Some examples are Alternaria, Coleotrichum, and Trichoderma. Alternaria, Coleotrichum, and Trichoderma are the example of deuteromycete. Commonly known as imperfect fungi because only the asexual or vegetative phase of this fungi are known. When the sexual forms of this fungi were discovered, they were moved into classes they rightly belong to. It is also possible that asexual and vegetative stage have been given one name and the sexual stage another. Later, when the linkages were established, the fungi were correctly identified and moved out of deuteromycete. Once perfect sexual stage or members of deuteromycetes were discovered, they were often moved to ascomycetes and basidomycetes. The deuteromycete reproduce only by asexual spores known as conidia. The mycelium is septate and branched. Some members are saprophyte. Some members are saprophytes or parasites, while a large number of them are decomposers.
না আসবে না
Decomposers of litter and help in mineral cycling. Some
কস বাটার টেস্ট করছি
Some examples are Alternaria, Coleotrichia, and Trichoderma.
ও কস বাটার কনফার্ম
Kingdom Plantae include all eukaryotic and chlorophyll containing organism commonly known as plant. Okay, fungi. Let's revise fungi one more last time. The fungi constitute a unique kingdom in heterotrophic organisms. They show a great diversity in morphology and habitat. You must have seen fungi on moist bread and rotten fruits. The common mushroom you eat and toadstools are also fungi. White spots seen on mustard leaves are due to parasitic fungi. Some unicellular fungi, yeast, are used to make blade and beer. Other fungi cause disease in plants and animals. Wheat rust causing Puccinia is an important example. Some are the source of antibiotics. Example, penicillium. Fungi are cosmopolitan and occur in air, water, soil, and on plants and animals. They prefer to grow in warm and humid places. Have you ever wondered why we keep food in the refrigerator? Yes, it is to prevent the food from going bad due to bacterial or fungal infections. With the exception of yeast, which are unicellular, fungi are filamentous. Their body consists of long, slender, thread-like structure called hyphae. The network of hyphae is known as mycelium. Some hyphae are continuous tube filled with multinucleated cytoplasm. These are called coenocytic hyphae. Others have septa or cross wall in their hyphae. The cell walls of fungi are composed of chitin and polysaccharide. Most fungi are heterotrophic and absorb soluble organic matter from dead substrates and hence are called saprophyte. Those that depend on living plants and animals are called parasite. They can also live as symbiont in association with algae, lichens, and roots of higher plants as mycorrhiza. Reproduction in fungi can take place by vegetative means, fragmentation, fission, and budding. Asexual reproduction is by spores called conidia or sporangiospores or zoospores, and sexual reproduction is by oospores, ascospores, basidospores. The various spores are produced in distinct structures called fruiting bodies. The sexual cycle involves the following three steps: fusion of protoplasm between two male and non-motile gametes called plasmogamy, fusion of two nuclei called karyogamy, meiosis in zygote resulting in haploid spore. When a fungi produce sexually two haploid hyphae of compatible mating types come together and fuse, in some fungi, fusion of two haploid cells immediately results in 2N diploid. However, in other fungi, ascomycetes and basidomycetes, in dikaryotic stage, two nuclei per cell occurs, dikaryophase. Later, the parental nuclei fuse and the cells become diploid. The fungi form fruiting bodies in which reduction division occurs, leading to formation of haploid spore. The morphology of the mycelium mode of spore formation of the fruiting bodies form the basis of the division of the kingdom into various classes. Phycomycetes. Members of these phycomycetes are found in aquatic habitats and on decaying wood in moist and damp places or as obligate parasite on plant. The mycelium is aseptate and coenocytic. The asexual reproduction takes place by zoospores or by aplanospores, non-motile asexual reproduction. These spores are endogenously produced in sporangium. A zygospore is formed by fusion of two gametes. These gametes are very similar in morphology, isogamous or dissimilar, anisogamous or eugamous. Some common examples are mucor, the bread mold mentioned earlier, and albugo, the parasitic fungi or mustard. Ascomyceti, commonly known as sac fungi. The ascomites are mostly multicellular. Penicillium are rarely unicellular. Example yeast. They are saprophytic decomposer, parasitic or coprophilous growing on dung. Mycelium is branched and septate. The asexual spores and conidia produced exogenously on the special mycelium called conidiophores. Conidion germination produce mycelium. Sexual spores are called ascospore. Endogenously in sac-like asci. The asci are arranged in different types of fruiting bodies called ascoscar. Some examples are Aspergillus claviceps and Neurospora. Neurospora is used extensively in biochemical and genetical work. Many members like pearls, truffles are edible parts and considered delicacies. Basidiomycetes, commonly known form of bacillary mushroom, bracket fungi, puffballs grow in soil on logs on tree and stumps and in living plant bodies parasite, rust and smut. The mycelium is branched and septate. The asexual spores are generally not found, but vegetative reproduction by fragmentation is common. The sex organs are absent, but plasmogamy is brought by fusion of two vegetative and somatic cells. Resultant structure is dikaryote, which ultimately give rise to basidium. Karyogamy and meiosis takes place in basidium, producing four basidiospores. Basidospores are exogenously produced on the basidium. The basidia are arranged in fruiting bodies called basidocarp. Some common members are agaricus, Ustilagos smart, and Puschenia rust fungus. Next is Deuteromycetes, commonly known as imperfect fungi because only the asexual or vegetative phase of this fungi are known. And asexual forms, Alternaria, Coleotrichum, and Trichoderma, example of Deuteromycete. Basidomycete, Ustilagos smart, Puschenia, agaricus mushroom, claviceps, Neurospora, morels and truffles are examples of Ascomycetes, Phycomycetes, Albirhizopus, the bread mold, and Albugo on mustard. Okay, so now we will move towards the virus, viroids, prions, and lichens. In Five Kingdom classification of Whitaker, there is no mention of lichens and some acellular organisms like virus, viroids, and prions. These are briefly introduced. All of us who have suffered the ill effects of common cold or flu know what effects a virus can have on us, even if we do not associate it with our condition. Virus did not find a classification since they are not considered truly living. If we understand living on the organism, they have a cell structure. The viruses are non-cellular organisms that are characterized by having an inert crystalline structure, capsid, RNA, sheet, head, collar. Once they infect a cell, they take over the machinery of the host cell to replicate themselves, killing the host. The name virus, that means venom or poisonous fluid, was given by Dmitry Ivanovsky 1892. Recognized certain microbes as cashew or mosaic disease of tobacco. These were found on smaller than bacteria, hence passed through bacteria-proof filter. M.W. Bijernik demonstrated that extract of infected plant tobacco could cause infection in healthy plants and called the fluid as Contagium vivium fluidium. W.M. Stanley showed that virus could be crystallized and crystals consist largely of proteins that inert and hostile. Viruses are obligate parasites. In addition to protein, virus also contain genetic material that could be either RNA or DNA. No virus contain both RNA and DNA. Virus is nucleoprotein and the genetic material is infectious. In general, viruses that infect plants have single-stranded RNA and viruses that infect animals have either single or double-stranded RNA or double-stranded DNA. Bacteria virus are bacteriophages where they infect the bacteria, usually double-stranded DNA virus. The protein coat called capsid made of small capsid capsomeres protect the nucleic acid. The capsomere are arranged in helical or polyhedral forms. Viruses diseases like mumps, smallpox, herpes, and influenza. AIDS in human caused by virus. In plant, the symptom can be mosaic formation, leaf rolling, and curling. 1971, T.O. Diener discovered new infectious agent that was very smaller than virus and caused potato spindle tuber disease. It was found to be free RNA. It lacks the protein code that is found in virus, hence the name viroid. The RNA viroid was low molecular weight prions in modern medicine, infect neurological disease had not been found. The agent was smaller than virus, here Jacob disease, mad cow disease. Lichens are symbiotic action of algae and fungi. The algal component is known as phycobiont and the fungal component mycobiont, which are autotrophic and heterotrophic respectively. Algae prepare food for fungi and fungi provide shelter and also nutrients. Are also close as we saw like in nature, one would never imagine that these with them. Lichens are very good pollution indicators that do not grow in polluted areas. So here our biological classification is ending. Okay, pyroids, proteodina, potato spindle tubers DNA found to be free RNA. Okay, so our chapter is done, which take 2 hours, 1 hour 45 minutes nearly. Now we will doing questions after 15 minutes of that break. Okay. Mhm. Okay, so we will have a break time. Okay, guys, I am back.
Hello, break time is going. Hi everybody. Hi brother. Hello. Hello. Please mute that mic.
Okay, break time is 25 minutes away. So now we will do questions of biological classification. Five kingdom classification was based on How many criteria were used in five kingdom classification? Who was the earliest to attempt a more scientific basis for classification? Which one of the following is not mentioned in Whittaker classification? In the five kingdom classification system, which single kingdom out of the following can include blue green algae, nitrogen fixing bacteria, and methanogenic archaebacteria? The boundaries of Kingdom X is not well defined. Which of the following organism belong to? Amoeba. Five kingdom classification includes in Whittaker's system of classification, prokaryotes are placed in kingdom. Five kingdom system of classification suggested by R. H. Whittaker is not based in presence or absence of locomotion. The three kingdoms that are constant in all types of classification from Linnaeus to Whittaker are the two kingdoms that are constant in all types of classification from Linnaeus to Whittaker are three domains of life include how many kingdoms? The unique character that identified the kingdom Plantae of Linnaeus was Aristotle classified animals into Linnaeus is related to cellular level of body organization is found in cellular level of body organization is found in bacteria. The site for respiratory activity is found in cell membrane. Which pigment is present in cyanobacteria? Colonies of eubacteria are surrounded by chlorophyll A is present in bacteria reproduced by fission. Bacteria reproduced by fission. Which bacteria are most abundant in nature? Some of cyanobacteria can fix atmospheric nitrogen in specialized cells called heterocyst nostoc. The smallest living cells that completely lack cell wall are rod-shaped bacterium is called which of the following bacteria is coma-shaped? Prokaryotes used in making curd and antibiotics are in bacterial chromosome the genomic nucleic acid is in bacterial chromosome the genomic nucleic acid is the chief component of bacterial cellular wall are amino acid and polysaccharide. Chemosynthetic bacteria obtained energy from inorganic. Under unfavorable condition, bacteria reproduce by spore. Among the following which is photosynthetic autotrophs? Cyano. Which bacteria? Salty areas halophiles, thermoacidophiles. A few organisms are known to grow and multiply at temperature 100 to 105. Thermophilic. The bacteria forming blooms in polluted water bodies. Mucociliary autotrophs. Most abundant microorganisms are sole members of kingdom Monera are nostoc and anabina can fix atmospheric nitrogen in specialized cells called the condition which should be favorable. Thermoacidophiles are bacteria are found to be primitive organisms because they are small, microscopic, which are not seen in naked eye, causes allergic reaction, produce endospore, poses insipid human lacks membrane organelles. Which type of bacteria are responsible for the production of biogas? The members of Monera have cell wall made up of polysaccharide plus amino acid. Which member of Monera lacks cell wall? An organism having cytoplasm, DNA and RNA but no cell wall. Which of the following heterocysts are seen? Genetic material without nuclear membrane is found in called. Nitrogen fixing bacteria are placed in the kingdom. The shape of Bacteria is spherical. Cyanobacteria are called blue-green algae because they are chlorophyll pigment. Which of the following kingdom, both plant and animal like unicellular organism, are placed? Each of the following kingdoms, some members have cell wall and some are without cell wall. During unfavorable conditions, slime moulds form floating body bearing spores at their tips. Diatomaceous earth is used for chief producer in the oceans are diatoms. Two flagella are found in most of them have two flagella, one lies longitudinally. Which of the following is not present in Euglena? Cellulosic cell wall. Red tides often. Which one of the following is a characteristic feature of chrysophytes? They include diatoms. Which organism had a cavity gullet that opens into the outside? Moesium gullet. Which organism infectious spore-like stage in their life cycle? All protozoans are. Heterotrophs. Which are believed to be primitive relative of animals? Which organism behave like plants in the presence of sunlight and the absence of water but in diverse conditions otherwise? Euglena. Which of the following organisms were never included in Protista? Mosses. Diatoms or fruit cell is made up of diatomaceous earth used in versicolor syrups due to gritty nature. Dinoflagellates are mostly muddy. Sea appear red due to euglenoids have flexible body due to the presence of which bears two unequal flagella. Euglenoids. When deprived of bear has cell walls and are because of the presence of silica. Common feature of amoeba euglena paramecium trichonosoma is being eukaryotic. The class of protozoa which include all the parasitic animals is Sporozoa. organisms. Which kingdom forms link with plant, animal and fungi? Protista contain the members which mean for the litter decomposers. Deuteromycetes. From which of the following most antibiotics are prepared? Fungi. The edible ascomycetes fungi are a dikaryon is found when truffles are the members of ascomycetes. With respect to fungal sexual cycle, choose the correct sequence. Plasmogamy, karyogamy, meiosis. In fungi, sexual reproduction takes place by sexually produced spore, ascospore, basilospore. A fungus contains cells with two nuclei from different genomes. The nuclei do not fuse but divide independently and simultaneously as new cells are formed. Basidomycetes. The cell wall of fungi is made up of models and truffles. Group of fungi are classified as which of the basis of classification kingdom fungi? All of the above. Fungi prefer to grow in which fungus does not consist of long slender thread-like structure called hyphae? Yeast. When fungi feed on dead organic matter, they are known as saprophyte. Plasmogamy is fusion of two haploid cells without nuclear division. Fungi can be parasite on fungi are always heterotrophs. Some fungal hyphae are continuous tube filled with multinucleated cytoplasm. These are called coenocytic hyphae. Nutritive reproduction takes place by fungi are all fragmentation, budding, fission. Dikaryophase does not occur in Phycomycetes. The ring is fungal disease. White spot on mustard. In mucor, asexual reproduction takes place by non-motile spores named as aplanospores. Phycomycetes. Asexual spores are generally absent in Mustilago. The Deuteromycetes fungi members were often moved to Ascomyces after the identification of sexual phase. The Deuteromycete is produced by Onidia. Mushroom bracket fungi or puff balls are placed in Basidomycete. The network of hyphae in fungi is known as mycelium. Members of Phycomycetes are found in all as obligate parasite on plant, moist, damp, non-decaying wood, aquatic habitats. Slender and thread-like structure of fungi are hyphae. An association between roots of hyphae plant and fungi are called mycorrhiza. Fungi are filamentous with exception of eggs. List. Fungi without sexual or perfect stages are classified as Deuteromycete. Which of the following is equivalent to kingdom Plantae? Rhizopus. Consider two kingdom classification. Organism including kingdom Plantae are fungi, bacteria and algae. The kingdom Plantae consists of autotrophs. Cell wall of kingdom Plantae is made up of the heterotrophic eukaryotic multicellular organisms without cell wall are included in the kingdom in animals. The stored food reserve in the form of glycogen and fat. Kingdom Animalia is characterized by which type of organisms? Multicellular, eukaryotic and heterotrophic. Animalia the heterotrophic mode of nutrition is found in who prepares food for lichens? Phycobionts. Arrangement of capsomeres in the form of either one or two. Viruses are non-cellular organisms but replicate themselves once they infect a host cell. Which of the following kingdom do viruses belong to? Lichens are very good pollution indicators because they are sensitive to sulfur dioxide. Potato spindle tuber disease is caused due to viroid. Viroids have single-stranded RNA not enclosed by code. HIV is classified as a retrovirus because its genetic information is carried in RNA instead of DNA. Which of the following facts defines a plant virus from other virus? RNA is the genetic material. Virus cause several diseases in plants and animals. In plants, the symptom can be which of the following called acellular organism? Viruses and viroids. Theo Diener discovered pre-infectious RNA. Who recognized certain microbes as casual? B.J. Ivanovsky. Among the cold-free smallpox, how many diseases are caused by virus? Six. Which disease is caused by viroids? Potato spindle tuber disease. Crystal of virus contain largely of protein. The virus which contain both DNA and RNA? None of the above. The protein coat of virus is made up of is known as capsomere. The capsid of virus protects the nucleic acid. Viruses are made up of nucleic acid, DNA, nucleic acid plus protein. In 5-kingdom classification, lichens are placed in kingdom. What is the common between bacteriophage and fungi? DNA. DNA is present in it. The symbiotic association of fungi and is mycorrhiza. A virus like naked radical stranded out polyRNA is without a protein coat. Potato spindle tuber. In plants, mosaic formation, leaf rolling, curling, and they are the symptoms of which of the following cannot be grown on artificial culture medium? PMD. Incorrect হয়েছিল 532 ছিল 50 incorrect হয়েছে Okay, so we are done with this chapter and we need a break of minutes, or should I move to next chapter? Now, how many chapters are left? Okay. Now we will revise. From evolution of okay, so botany revise is done today. Bye bye. So we revised botany and principle of inheritance, and now we will move to zoology.